against Tien for a place in the third round. Of course, Eric comes from rich coaching stock. It's very much in the DNA. His dad was a standout coach at the University of Georgia, the Bulldogs, for many, many years. Cain on the left, my good friend.
Yep. Proud to call Cain a friend. Good to have him back in Australia. It's been a couple of years. A good, very good player in his own right on the left there.
Yeah, that's.
He's a big boy, Cain. In his time, he was one of the tallest, wasn't he?
Yep.
These days, I'm not so sure if he'd hold that mantle. They seem to be getting bigger.
And that was Eric just to his right.
Yeah.
That's who
to his left, to our right of where.
Oh, you're looking at the
yep,
screen.
Yep.
Excuse me. Yeah.
Do you think we need to settle in, Robbie? Is it too early to suggest that? Because it looks like there's going to be a few of those.
Yeah, no kidding. One of Tien's greatest strengths is that he doesn't give away too many free points. You don't win 28 matches in a row from futures and through challenger level if you make unforced errors. 3 futures, 2 challengers, plus a semi-final in the 3rd challenger. That's what constituted that 28-match win streak from late in May till the middle of July.
That's the best way to get confidence in a rally like that. But what I'm really meaning is winning all those matches back to back. That will just boost your confidence immeasurably. And you start believing you can play against players of a higher ranking then.
Good start for the American, a confident start. Speaking of confident Americans, now's a good time to throw down to our good friend, Nick Monroe, who is courtside. Thanks for joining us, Nick.
Robbie and Fitzy, thanks for having me, man. It's always fun to be on a call with you guys, and these guys have already, as you said, Fitzy, settled in this first game. And you know, you talk about confidence. You all have been talking about the amount of matches that Learner Tien has won. You know, when he walked on this court, I just felt a sense of confidence within him. And you know, I think a lot of that had to go to his preseason training. He was training in Carson, California, at the USTA facility with Taylor Fritz, Alex Mickelson, Marcos Giron, Zach Svida. So he had a lot of the top players there that he was training with throughout the preseason. And I think that's given, you know, that gives players confidence just doing that.
Yeah, it's massive in our sport, isn't it? If you can practice with guys that are better than you, and especially of that ilk. I mean, we know what a year Fritz had in 2024. It's a massive bonus. And I think part of the problem is with so many different academies that they have these days, that talent pool for me gets diluted too much. I think that was one of the great things about the Bollettieri Academy in the early days. It was the only one. Everybody went, everybody practiced, and greatness, I think, makes people even better. He got him while he was vulnerable. He was on his back.
It was quite humane, though, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's well cushioned there within the tile. So Nick, I think getting all the guys together at Carson, one, you know, maybe 2 practice venues, Carson and Orlando, brilliant, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, going back to Eric Diaz, I mean, Eric Diaz has done a lot of work with Alex Mickelson and Learner Tien both. So Learner Tien, I think, is getting confidence from them. You know, I think Learner Tien's getting confidence from the amount of matches that Alex Mickelson is winning as well, right? So seeing your good buddy who you're used to training with day in and day out, and you start to feel like, hey, man, I can do this as well.
Yeah, we call this indirect wins. Well, I beat you in practice and you beat Fitzy, so therefore I can really beat Fitzy.
Well, you didn't need an indirect win to work that out.
I did. I did play Fitzy once, I must tell you, Nick. Final round of qualies at Wimbledon, and Fitzy was already in. He was top seed, and they were lucky losers, and irrespective of whether he won or lost to me, he was going to be in, and I thought he was going to throw me a bone, but you know how these tough old Aussies are, right?
Yeah, I mean, Fitzy, he's a champion, right? Champs don't want to just give things away. I mean, come on, Robbie. He's not going to just throw you a bone like that.
I mean, that was my chance to get into the main draw.
Throw a bone. That's a great old saying. Is that a South African one, or is it an Australian?
I think it's universal.
From Texas, baby.
Throw a bone.
Well, I haven't watched a lot of Learner play in the last 2 years, 18 months. I watched him in the finals of the juniors at the US Open, him and Fonseca, and he was definitely a lot more underpowered. I'm liking what I'm seeing already, Fitzy. He lost to Fonseca in that US Open junior boys final, but his legs have got stronger.
He doesn't look rushed at all here. He looks quite relaxed and playing within himself. That's a good sign for me. Play at one pace and then accelerate out of nowhere.
Hey guys, and it's pretty cool down here. You know, we looked at the temperature, about 64 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's playing pretty slow. And I think that's why Learner Tien just seems like he's well within his realm right now, and he's staying on that baseline. He doesn't look rushed at all.
He's born in Irving, California, an area you know well, to Vietnamese parents was Learner.
Just a couple of miles away from where my beautiful wife Jenny and I used to live.
Where was that?
Newport Beach, California. He's going to be tough to beat, isn't he? if not tonight, in the near future, I would think. He doesn't miss much. He's got good timing. You can see the ball coming off the middle of the racket, and he plays with ease.
Very clean technique. Understands his leftiness so well.
He's cagey, if nothing else. Medvedev, great anticipation there, but it was a mistake from the young American here.
Should he have let that one bounce, perhaps? I mean, Medvedev's guessed twice.
Well, he needed peripheral vision there, Robbie, didn't he, to hit that. Before he hit that volley, Medvedev was already 2 or 3 steps on his way. He needed to be able to change mid-stroke.
Oh, that is so clever. He stepped wider to hit the serve. And I thought for sure he was going to go with the curveball out wide. Did the exact opposite. And some nice pace on it too, 186 Ks.
What a competitor though Medvedev is. You know, it seems like Lerner is making most of the plays here. Medvedev hasn't been noticed much, and yet he's at break point.
At game points that Medvedev guessed twice on could prove crucial. He's off to a flyer, 2-1 first set.
Time.
What an entertaining start. Already had a couple of lengthy exchanges. Both players moving the ball around the court magnificently. Gilles Savara, and in the front there, of course, Gilles Simon, who is now co-coaching with Savara. I was pretty sure it was this court where Gilles Simon played an epic match against Novak. I remember commentating on it. Djokovic beat him in 5 sets. But on the way to the victory, Novak made 104 errors. Gilles Simon could do that to you, drive you delirious. That's Eric Hernandez, front right, strength and conditioning coach of Daniil. team it's been pretty much unchanged until Gilles Simon came on board.
Takes that backhand early. Very simple with the way he hits the ball. It seems like his margin for error is great because of his technical simplicity. Knows where his racket face is, doesn't he, Learner? Medvedev is a wonderful player. I mean, I thought Learner Tien there deserved almost to win that point after accelerating on the backhand here. He changed the pace of the ball, and Medvedev with such control just keeps it in on the line, basically. He enjoyed that one.
Oh, that's a good sign right there. Medvedev finishing at the net with considerable aplomb. And Gilles Simon actually started what we thought was officially a year ago, about 2024 February time. But we did find out midway through the season that he had actually started in the December before.
Ah, sneaky.
Yes.
Practicing behind closed doors, were they?
They were, and of course he enjoyed a good run to the finals here last year, did Medvedev.
I think that's a great thing, you know. I'm sure they weren't practicing behind closed doors. I was just kidding, but do all the training when no one's watching. I love that. I reckon that's what Nick Munro would have done.
Yeah, you know what I like seeing from Daniil Medvedev, like what we just saw for him to close out that last service game was coming to the net. You know, in his previous match, he was 15 of 30 net points won, so only 50%, but coming in 30 times, that's a lot for Daniil Medvedev, and so that's what I think he's been wanting to improve with Gilles Simon and Gilles Savara. One thing I'm really liking from Learner Tien so far in this match is just really holding his ground, staying on that baseline. Medvedev tried to change up a little height with the forehand, but didn't affect Learner. So we'll see if he stays on that baseline and keeps trying to attack. But we still like to see him come forward to the net just a little bit more.
What happened there, Nick? Did you catch the end of the conversation with John?
Yeah, Danny wanted to see a replay. He wanted to see a replay of that last shot to see if it caught the line.
He knows the technology would give him the answer.
Was hugely frustrated in his opening match against the Thai wildcard. Cassidy Samrich, who took him to 5 sets. Just couldn't get his game going. And eventually when he did, he was able to run away with it. But he took the scenic route. 5-setter it was. Tien winning his first match at a major in the main draw, of course, against Ugo Carabelli of Argentina. That was a lot longer, 6-4 in the 5th.
Yeah, we're talking about Learner Tien going 5 sets like that. And again, he did his offseason at Carson with Rodney Marshall, one of the strength and conditioning coaches for Alex Mickelson. And Rodney was working with pretty much all the guys there. Mickelson, Tien, Svida. So he looks fit right now, Learner Tien.
Once again, he's just looking at the line there. That shot, this one here, whoa, it's looking awfully close, using the full length of the court.
Oh, cat and mouse. Medvedev is at the top of the tree in that respect. Pretended he was going to hit a normal backhand and chops underneath it. Took a risk though, because that was a pretty good approach shot there. But the deft little touch across court, sneaky.
So we like it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's not easy to outmaneuver Medvedev. Sending him from east to west with the very best that he's got to offer.
Do you think the nature of the way Daniil plays hurts him at the back end of these majors? I mean, he plays a lot of long rallies, a lot of long points and matches. I mean, just that stat alone, the last 4 matches he's played at Melbourne Park, he's played 5 sets. Uses a lot of energy.
They both used a lot of energy in the opening 5 games, but Daniil has the break, 3-2. Player from California. Between California and Florida, so many great players have been produced in those 2 states. And given all the tragedy that's been going on in California over the last couple of days, we send our best wishes to all those that are struggling. And the entire tennis community is thinking of you, and we're keeping you in our thoughts and prayers. So many of our good friends live out that way. Look how well he measures this shot. I mean, it has to be that good. Anything shorter than that, Medvedev would have been all over it. Such a clean hit.
Yeah, Learner Tien is just not giving up any ground behind this baseline. Even if he's having to take 1 or 2 steps back, he's looking to move back forward into the next shot. And Daniil Medvedev has been on the run here.
Certainly one of those players, isn't he? And a young player at that, to understand what risk and reward is. He doesn't overly risk when he's rallying, so that keeps his mistakes to a minimum. And then when he sees an opportunity to go harder at a ball, he does. So it's a good sign of an intellectual young player. Some players never understand what risk and reward is, and it holds them back.
Yep. It's awesome shot making. Almost immune to the pressure of the break point. I mean, look at the spread. Medvedev covering full width of the court. Easy power.
It looked like he deliberately took the speed off both of those backhands there. Maybe because he didn't want to take too much risk and hit the ball with more speed, which would lower his percentage. But I like the fact he snuck in quietly there, but Medvedev cagily made him play a tough volley.
Guys, even though Learner Tien lost those last couple points, as you said, Fitzy, he's changing the speed, a little bit of slice. The backhand, he's hitting one flatter, then one a little bit slower. So trying to throw Daniil Medvedev off, but Medvedev is just, his ball tolerance is just so high. So we'll see if Learner Tien's going to try to get in a little bit more.
I mean, they've already played 16 rallies, over 9 shots.
Tell you one thing, he's an advanced 19-year-old. That age group, 19?
No, 19.
Yeah. Like bad to the bone, you know, like these kids are these kids are good. And there's a handful of them now. The new generation, the next generation. He's beyond his years, this young man. Well, I'm impressed. And even if he can't maintain this level for a long period of time, he's showing us signs here that he is a player of the future. Has his own style, his own strengths and weaknesses, obviously, but there's going to be a lot of strengths here. Nick, I just wonder if the pace of Medvedev's ball suits Learner Tien, though, down to the ground.
Yeah, it sure does. I mean, look, Medvedev hasn't been able to get it out of the strike zone of Learner Tien, and it's because he's been so close to that baseline. He's almost daring Medvedev to go for a little bit more, and that's why he's taking it early, moving Medvedev further behind the court. As you can see there, he's pushing Medvedev around.
heck of a smash. Seriously good smash. That was not easy.
He's got some great skills, this guy. And he leads 4-3 in the first set. Wow. I mean, what a great all-round game. Just give us a good idea of the patterns of play that the guys are using, how much risk they're wanting to assume. Nice injection of pace there, 140, and that is more spin. 4-way forward is a good one. He's not scared to go after the smash, and as soon as he hits a 4, he knows it's going to be effective, so he's looking to come in. And already, the net points 1 is 5 of 8. And he hasn't been deterred when he's lost 1 or 2.
Time.
There's no question that Learner Tien has been well coached, and always important to recognize those who perhaps came a little early on in his career. I know my good friend Christian Groh, who is based in San Diego, has done a lot of work with him as well in the earlier days. And they still stay in touch a lot. Chris, of course, a wealth of knowledge. He's helped develop so many players. Brandon Nakashima was with him for a long time, as was Taylor Fritz. Marcus Giron's often tapped his tennis intelligence. And of course, he traveled with Tommy Haas for so many years, did Chris, so he knows what the pinnacle of the sport looks like. He understands the work that's required. The German, of course, so you can imagine the discipline every time you take to the court with him. He's tough. I like it. On a laundry line. Cain getting to some pretty awesome serving grooves.
Yeah, guys, it's amazing. Learner Tien hits a great shot, and he almost wants to kind of celebrate it a little bit, but then this guy's up to serve so quickly, and he just gets right back on top of you.
Juice.
I'm sure Learner Tien has his attention here. This is perilously close. He's going down in the first set. He's got some work to do here. I think what Learner probably doesn't have at this stage, though, is the ability to accumulate some free points at big times with this first serve. It's like gold for Medvedev. Gee, he uses the lines well. That's a sign of a player who's got great control over his racket face, isn't it? I mean, he can just redirect down both lines, backhand and forehand. Good control, isn't it, Nick?
Yeah, amazing control. And again, just the body weight. The body weight's always moving forward into the shot. He's staying low throughout all the balls when he's that close to the baseline. So impressive.
Of this world. 32 mesmerizing shots.
Advantage, Tien.
Well, he just anticipated there. I thought he was gone because the drop shot wasn't really good enough. And Medvedev made a mistake, as happened to him, or as he caused a few games ago when he anticipated an approach shot. So a difficult moment. It's keeping him in it right now. The first serve.
And I remember that serve so well during the 2023 season, Fitzy, when he was just sweeping all before him.
Thanks.
Daniil Medvedev has been having to work so hard out here. There's a little bit of sweat on the Melbourne sign. Just wanting the ball boy to wipe it off.
That sweat wasn't from a bird, was it, Nick?
Haven't seen that many above us.
You might need a hat down there, mate, on the side of the court.
That is beyond special.
Yeah. He's playing beyond his years, isn't he? Or maybe he's not. Maybe he's just playing normal.
He's this good. I mean, you don't win 3 futures in a row, 2 challenges after that. Make a semi-final in the 3rd one unless you're a proper player. It's relentless, intelligent tennis. And I'm talking about Tien, not Medvedev.
Well, there's a couple of things I'm wondering about. One is whether Daniil is a little bit sluggish here. I don't know whether he is. He's a bit confused right now, I know that. And also whether he would prefer to play someone who hits the ball heavier and harder so he can use the speed more. There's not a lot of speed coming at him, I don't think. And look, it's harder to tell from up here, Nick, but I'd be interested in your thoughts maybe after this point as to whether the speed of Tien is actually not giving Medvedev the chance to rebound fast.
Yeah, I mean, look, as we said before, when the match started, it's about 64 degrees Fahrenheit, so the ball's moving pretty slow through the court, right? It's a bit slower. Learner Tien just able to redirect, and Medvedev can't find any winners.
But he's having to generate a bit more of his own pace, it seems.
Yes, you're correct. He is having to generate a bit of his own pace, and that's what Learner Tien is making him do, right? He's using some backhand slice. He's changing up the flat backhand as well, just not putting pace on it, making Medvedev try to hit a few more big shots. And Learner Tien is just so quick around the court right now. I mean, I'm going to tell you one thing right now. This is just not affecting Learner Tien. I mean, he absolutely does not mind this at all. You feel like he could go 4 or 5 hours if he needs to.
Well, he hasn't had much experience of that length, has he, Nick? We'll certainly find out if Medvedev knuckles down early in the second set.
He's got 3 set points. That was a decorative set of tennis. A masterclass in all-court maneuvering. 6-3 Tien. Posting some pretty impressive numbers. Perhaps the most impressive is winning 80% of the points behind a second serve. He's been more effective behind a second than he has his first. You don't see that too often. And in stark contrast, Medvedev struggling to win any points behind his second serve. Wow, it's incredible. Just double checking the raw numbers there. Medvedev's only 1 of 11 behind his second delivery. Plenty of baseline rallies, plenty of long baseline rallies. We've already had 24 that have gone 9+ shots. And it's Tien that's dominating those longer rallies.
Yeah, you know, Learner Tien, we talked about wise beyond his years. You know, in the U.S., we have the 18 under nationals, and he won that tournament when he was 16. Then he won it again when he was 17. So that 18 under nationals, it's at Kalamazoo, Michigan, and it gives you a wild card in the U.S. Open. So he won it 2 years in a row at 16-year-old, 17-year-old. And then the third year, he didn't even play because he didn't need to. He had already won enough points in the challengers to get a wild card in the U.S. Open. So it's not easy to win 2 of those national championships in the States.
Beautiful. Carved that volley up.
13-15. Medvedev. First game, second set.
So, straight back at it. Consultation with his camp towards the end of the opening set. Right after he got broken, there wasn't a lot of info forthcoming. I think both Gilles Simon and Gilles Savara perhaps a little surprised at how well Lerner was playing. But our win predictor still has Medvedev as the favourite to win.
Well, I think he has to be favourite to win from here. I think. I mean, that's my opinion. I mean, the win predictor I sometimes have some confusion with, but if Medvedev wins this set, I wonder what it would go to, because it would swing even more heavily, I think, in his favour. He doesn't look like he's... well, he looks like a guy that's got off the plane, to me, sometimes here. And no disrespect to Lerner at the moment, but Daniil is... he's not at the peak of his powers right now.
But Fitzy, I'm going to argue that I don't think he's allowed to have been at the peak of his powers, because that's how good Tien has been himself.
No, I don't disagree with that. He's been awfully good, but I just feel like the movement of Daniil is not quite right. That's how I see it.
Mm-hmm.
But a heck of a shot there, but not for 1 second would I want to take away any of the credit for what's happened in this first set. It's been very, very impressive.
Yeah, I think the movement from Learner Tien has just really affected Daniil Medvedev and what he wants to do on the court, right? Normally he's able to kind of out-rally you. His shot tolerance is just more than you. But so far, Learner Tien's just been faster around the court, made more balls, used some short slice. He's really confusing Medvedev.
It's pretty clear what a great tennis IQ that this guy's got. We know that in that department, Medvedev is one of the best, but this guy's matching him and then some. I don't know about you, Fitzy, but I watch some of these young players play, and you just watch, and for me it's about the level. I look at the game and I try not to look too much at the stats, and I think, what am I seeing? What level is that? And when you've watched as many matches as we do, you get a very good idea of where that game is going to fit in. And certainly what I've seen in the opening hour here, I'm very impressed with Lerner. There's a reason why his rise has been so quick to the cusp of the top 100. I think if he starts to compete at tour level a little bit more, he's going to get so much more experience. It's going to test his game. It's going to make him grow as a player. Just get better.
And I would say, even though it's a bit unusual probably, this thought process, but he's playing a guy ranked 5 in the world, a guy that's been in this tournament's final 3 times. Mm-hmm. What a player Medvedev is. But strangely enough, it seems like Medvedev's game suits him.
Yeah, the matchup.
The matchup. It doesn't hit him off the court. Gives him time to use his you know, clever play and to redirect the ball. That's a bit different. That's a heck of a shot. But Medvedev hasn't hurt him, has he?
You're right. I want to say it's Tien who's got more winners than Medvedev, yeah. He's just muscling him in that department. Not by much, but still is.
Keep in mind, I need to keep in mind, we're only 58 minutes into this.
Yeah.
If we reassess in an hour and 58, we'll have a lot better idea. Because if this young lad can maintain this level for another full hour, then you start thinking he can win this.
No, he played 3 hours and 56 minutes in the previous round to Tien.
But he wasn't playing Daniil Medvedev, was he?
No.
Consecutive errors there hurts him, doesn't it, out of nowhere, really.
I've just noticed that the backhands that he does miss tend to be in the net. He's going to take the net out of play because he does hit that shot pretty flat.
Yeah, Daniil Medvedev just had the ball girl grab 2 of his rackets from the sideline and give it to Jill Savara to get it restrung. So I think he's going to, seems like he probably wants to get it a little bit looser. You know, again, it's cool down here. The ball's not moving very fast, so I think he wants to get a little bit more pop on it.
He's done that a couple of times, and he's not realising how quickly I think Tien's taking off for that open court, and he's there easily. And there's probably not enough on that backhand volley either, is there, Nick? I mean, he's got the ability to hit that harder, I think, too.
11 seconds.
Yeah, you're right, Fitzy. I mean, how often do we talk about it when, you know, a player is so fast, like Learner Tien? Sometimes you need to go behind that player, right? I mean, they're going to take off on the run as soon as they see the open court, and it's got to be absolutely perfect for Tien not to get that. And if you are going to go open court, maybe a drop volley to make him come forward. But Medvedev might need to go behind Tien a little bit more in those situations.
Letters.
It's just mesmerizing and magnificent. 32 shots again, and the long rally goes the way of the young American. This is good stuff. 2-1. Oh. Great length from both. Everything well over halfway, especially for Tien. Look at that. Back third of the court. He's just pummeling now. That one was a little short. Then come the change-ups. Nice depth of the slice. Uses the backhand slice so intelligently. Just when he's got him in trouble. Patient pounding.
Time.
Well, we've witnessed some clean ball striking, top-tier stuff. And he was down a break in the opening set, 3-1, was Tien. Didn't bat an eyelid, not one complaint to his coaching corner, just got on with the job at hand. Made one or two mistakes and then just corrected it. Made one or two mistakes in his last service game, especially for the backhand side, so let's keep an eye on that. Certainly was fine when he was returning. Just missed a couple of backhands in the net. Let's see how this service game unfolds.
Guys, from watching down here, just the change of pace that Learner Tien's putting on the ball has been really good. But Daniil Medvedev, he's got to be careful. When he got broken there, he hit a ball in the backdrop about as hard as he could, about 10 feet from the ball girl. And that's the second time he's done that. And I'm surprised he hasn't gotten a warning yet, but he's got to be careful.
London. Out. 15-13. Out. 15. Cain. Medvedev.
It's a little careless.
Medvedev leads 3-1.
It's almost the junk ball. It's caused Tien problem there. And again, you wouldn't really know if he's won or lost that previous point. Okay. Only way I can affect the outcome of the match is to do my best on the next one.
Love 15.
I think an indication of his foot speed, Learner Tien, is that he is so balanced. You know, he's got a very quick first step. He's a quick athlete, but he's so balanced when he gets to the ball. He doesn't look rushed too often, especially as a young player. He's in position well, isn't he? So he's got plenty of time to use his hands and direct the ball where he wants to.
So light on his feet.
Yeah, and good speed there too. When he had to, he lengthened the stride, didn't he?
Love 14.
Got there easily.
$15, 14.
Daniil has done well just to keep this rally alive, extending himself to his absolute limits with every fiber of his being.
Cain. Tien.
Couple of breaks in a row. We're back on serve.
Medvedev leads
3-2, second
games to
set.
2.
First set to Tien.
Play finishes after 11:30 and prior to 1:30 a.m. Please check ptv.vic.gov.au for alternative transport options or ask a customer experience ambassador wearing yellow for more information.
Time.
Day 5 of 2025 Australian Open. And good evening and welcome from Melbourne Park. We're on the Margaret Arena. I think so many of the arenas here are so well sized. got the centerpiece that is Rod Laver, and what do you got, about 8,500, 7,500 people here. Just the intimacy of this place is just perfect for entertaining tennis. Now 7,500 when we're
Love 15.
packed to the rafters here on the Margaret Court Arena.
Saw Pat Rafter today. He's in fine form, fine fettle, I would say, the great man. Isn't it strange in this sport of ours how sometimes it's super difficult to break serve, and then all of a sudden there'll be 4 lost in a row, which may well happen here.
Mm-hmm. It could actually be 5 in a row if we had a break here. Nick, he missed a similar inside-out forehand earlier on in the game by a millimetre or 2. I just love the fact that it doesn't bother him. It's almost like he knows he's hit that shot as well as he possibly can, and it doesn't affect him because he knows the next time it's going to be better.
Yeah, he just looks so calm at all times, right? You never see him really get negative on himself. If he misses a shot, he said, you know what? I'm going to bring in my target. I learned my lesson, and I'll be right back to in a positive form.
His reset is so good.
Medvedev is starting to get very antsy down the other end.
Oh, you know, we talk about how he just, again, misses a shot and gets right back to reset. You know, his name is Learner, and it's an interesting name, and he got it from his mother's profession. She was a math teacher, and he also has a sister, and her name is Justice, got it from her father's profession as an attorney. But Learner learns his lessons and moves on.
Cunning and calculated. The lawyer and the mathematician.
When are you going to put that hard-covered book out? I want him to do it, Nick. I'm
going to buy it.
Yeah,
you got to let us know.
I'm going to buy it. Yeah.
Sell it in the States. Sell it everywhere.
You've got your first 2 customers right here.
30.
I'm a little concerned if he loses this serve, what might happen. I guess we don't need to say anything, and I've just broken the silence, but what a beautiful point that was. Had everything.
Oh, this kid's got game. He's got reflexes.
14.
He's got tennis intelligence.
Yeah, anticipation too, Robbie, look.
World class. What a point to bring up another break point.
Tien.
Tien is redlining at the moment. He's up a set in the break.
Tien leads 4 games to 3. Revelation, unsportsmanlike conduct warning, Mr. Medvedev.
Well, he's got all the angles and answers at the moment. Medvedev's given it the full boomerang.
Well, the definition of that is that it might come back, and I guess at the end it did, but only via a ball girl, a ball boy. That anger was pent up. We could feel it coming, couldn't we?
You called it, Fitzy. You called it.
Yeah, guys, and he actually hit the camera at the back of the baseline on the single sideline when the point before. So actually 2 points in a row, he had a little frustration.
Nick, there's a lady sitting not far away from where that racket went over the side.
Time.
The side boundary there, the side border, and it clicked up and went over the side. It could have easily hit her. That's instant default. That could have ended in disaster, that racket throw, because that only has to touch an official. And he wasn't too pleasant to a few of the people in the stands either, by the way, but he's got some pent-up anger, Daniil, and finds himself down a set and a break.
Yeah, and if you're Learner Tien, you just got to keep playing solid tennis, and that's why I mentioned it before. When Daniil Medvedev got broken, he had hit a ball in the backdrop, and just that pent-up energy and negative energy was creeping into his game.
Oh, these are two very loose points that he's played. Double fault in it, missed backhand. Certainly Medvedev will calm down a lot quicker after 2 points like that. They can win a point behind their second serve. It's unbelievable. Tien is 0 from 10 now on second serves in this set. Stay away from the seconds, just hit first. Hit them hard and accurately. Medvedev's not a whole lot better. He's also 0 from 10 because the 3 points.
No. 30-14.
Well, it was the first 3 points there. He just lost his concentration, didn't he?
4 games all.
He's handed that back to Medvedev.
Yeah, it really looked like Learner Tien just kind of lost his footwork. He stopped moving. You know, we've seen how fast he's been around the baseline throughout the course of this match, but it was almost like he was kind of just hoping Medvedev would kind of miss some shots and stop moving his feet.
$15. $30. $30-15.
Well, this has turned quickly.
40-15.
A huge difference from when Daniil makes the first serve versus the second. Yeah, that was a Medvedev special right there. Back to his very best. Working the full dimensions of the court to take a 5-4 lead in the second. Well, why don't we take a quick look at the Daniil Medvedev frustration package. He's looking a bit more settled now, but he's been given the runaround. Boom! Didn't like that. Shouldn't be getting jerked around like I am. Won't get the full treatment. He is. His patience has been tested.
Yeah, that's not the first camera he's had a crack at, is it, over the last couple of days?
He wasn't too happy with the center strap camera. He's navigated a frustrating period only just as Daniil Medvedev. Learner was up a break 4-3 in the second set. Played 2 poor points to try and extend his lead. He's down love 30 in no time. Hasn't got as much wriggle room now at 4-5.
Leonard's position. Out. 15.
Got to be careful here, the youngsters, doesn't he? Just going a little bit awry in the last 3 games. Needs to be tight here, no errors.
It's well managed on his backhand side. Just every now and then he'll leak a couple of unforced errors off that backhand wing. Actually, in total, it's the backhand that's offered up more enforced errors for Learner than the forehand. 15 for him. He's a skill merchant, this kid.
Yeah, fabulous comeback there in that point.
14-15.
He can take it any direction, can't he? Loves the line and sees an opening too.
I mean, it's incredible to think that in the long rallies he has dominated Medvedev. 26-14. That's 9+ shots. I mean, that is normally Medvedev's strength.
40-30.
Perhaps that's the effect of the previous point, guys.
Yeah, a little bit of the previous point, but also with Learner Tien's serve, he typically slices his serve. He doesn't have a lot of kick on it, not a lot of roll. So if he's not feeling his serve, that's when he hits some double faults because there's not a lot of margin for error.
Cain, Tien. 5 games all.
It's been a good contest. I've enjoyed it. And for 90 minutes now, he's been going toe-to-toe with Daniil Medvedev.
Why are you looking over your shoulder at me?
Was I?
Gee, I thought he dropped off the pace there for a second. But no, this is impressive for a 19-year-old to maintain this.
Love 15.
You never know, he might just snatch the second set. Medvedev, look at that. That means he's losing a lot of points from the back of the court. 4 from 26 when he hits the second serve in. That's an indication the backcourt play of Learner Tien has the better of him at the moment. There's another one.
He has embroidered this match with his class and his variety. Look at the shape of that shot. Cool as you like.
He's got presence. Clear thinker, huh?
Guys, you talk about the variety of Learner Tien. On that second serve, he was almost standing in the middle of the court, just almost wanting to bait Medvedev to go out wide with the second. So he's getting in the head of Medvedev.
Let's discuss. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's not start calling out during the point. Thank you.
It's the juggernaut that is Learner Tien that just keeps plugging away. And he is breaking down Medvedev's door.
Time.
Oh, when it comes to tennis intelligence, Medvedev has been one of the very best over the last couple of years. Last year was a bit of a struggle for him. no doubt about that. Didn't want a title. But so far this evening, he has been outsmarted. He hasn't played poorly. Learner Tien has just been that good. He's got a chance to serve for 2 sets to love lead.
Love 15.
I don't know about you, Nick, but I like that play. Unfortunately, Daniil doesn't like to come in too much, but with that flat strike, Tien's margin for error is quite low on the backhand passing shot.
Yeah, Robbie, you're right. I mean, if he can come in to Learner Tien's backhand, again, if somebody has a flat backhand on the pass, it's easier to volley, right? Because it's not going to dip at your feet. It's not going to have any shape to it. But Learner Tien's got to be careful here. This is where he got in trouble when he was up a break a couple games ago. Just got to keep his feet moving, keep the intensity.
Just doesn't get the 3 points on the first serve.
You know, at least he played 2 better points to open up his service game. Medvedev just played better than him. He didn't donate them. That's another good return.
Yeah, I was watching Jacob Mensik last night just serve out a set and then a match, and he just hit bombs.
Yep. Well, that is such a luxury to have.
Well, it is. And it makes it more complicated, doesn't it, when you're not as tall. You can't bomb that serve as much, and you've got to fight for every point, as clever as he is.
Cain, Medvedev. 6-game total, tiebreak.
Wow. That was the 8th break of serve that we've had in this set. 8th, yeah, you heard correctly. We had 3 in the opening stanza. You've got to remember, both these guys played 5 setters in the previous round. Tien was out there for almost 4 hours.
1-0. Cain.
Yeah, we're seeing so many returns be put back in play again because of how cool it is out here. Again, 64 degrees Fahrenheit. The balls are pretty big right now, and that's why we're seeing so many returns being back in play.
Was that a tap out there for Medvedev?
He's not wrestling, Robbie.
Guys, I was watching Learner Tien. It barely looked like he was even breathing. He was just enjoying that entire point. I mean, Medvedev was working so hard to try to keep Learner Tien on a string, and he was so calm, was Tien, throughout that point. Impressive from the 19-year-old.
Mm-hmm. He certainly looks like he's working harder, doesn't he?
Yeah, Medvedev is, you know, when I'm watching both of these guys from up close, Medvedev is breathing harder, he's grunting louder. Learner Tien's barely grunting at all, and just kind of, he's like, hey, I can hang in these rallies over 40 shots if I need to. So Medvedev's gonna have to try to get in because Learner Tien's armor is available.
Cannot hit it any deeper.
Sure.
I mean, this is what you hope for. Both players playing well at the same time, using their full skill set. No way. Explain how that gets called now, if you're wondering about the electronic line calling.
Oh my goodness. I wonder if we've got a camera on that. Maybe not, or we do.
3-2. Tien.
So that's an electronic call.
No, it's not. Sorry.
It's not?
No. Somebody is watching, one of the officials is watching in a booth. They're watching that camera fits in. As soon as the football takes place, they press the button.
Yes.
I'm not going to say it, but no person.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, please. Thank you. Ready for play. Thank you.
And you can't challenge a foot fault call either.
Guys, so the players have the ability to challenge the calls when they're being made. Why, you know, why on the video board can't we see that foot fault like we saw on the screen here? You know, for Medvedev, I think it would give him a peace of mind if he could see it on the big screen out here.
I'm a bit lost with the conversation, but I mean, I understand you're frustrated.
He looks like a volcano, doesn't he? About to explode. Medvedev.
I mean, it would be so unfortunate if that is what decides the outcome of the second set tiebreak, given how good the quality of the tennis has been. brutal gladiatorial combat disguised as a tennis match right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please respect both players. You can support who you like, but please respect both players.
Yeah, well said, John. Taking control of the situation immediately. Good officiating.
Well, it was risky, changing that direction. There was a fine line there, and he rolled the dice.
Great tactical acumen. He's identified the forehand of Medvedev, and he gave him plenty to think about in that rally. 2 set points. It doesn't get better than that.
Second serve.
Learner Tien takes a 2 sets to love lead against Daniil Medvedev. What a breaker.
Tien leads by 2 sets to love.
Well, it's an hour and 52, Robbie.
Almost exactly an hour ago, you said, let's see where we are. I mean, couldn't have played out any better.
Gee, he was clutch, wasn't he, the youngster? This is really a mature performance. Couldn't win, didn't have, I felt like saying at 5-4, time for a big serve.
Yep.
But it's not really there, and he has to battle from the back of the court, but how steady was he?
Such good decision making. That's what's impressed me so much, Fitzy. Depth on the ground strokes. Wonderful.
guys, I was interested to see what Medvedev is going to try to change maybe in that first point and see if that's going to be an indication for the rest of the match. But the drop shot is something that's interesting, right? Because Learner Tien's so close to the baseline, so it's not really going to affect him because he's going to get up to it quickly. And Robbie, you mentioned, you know, speaking with your coaches, Medvedev has been yelling at Gilles Simon, and Gilles Simon has just been saying allez, allez, hasn't really given him much input so far.
Yeah, their tennis intelligence will be tested.
Pretty big game, isn't it? The first one after a long break like that, just to re-establish your momentum.
Guys, and just one more thing. I think something that's been helping out Learner Tien is his serve. You know, he only has 3 double faults. In his last round, he had 16 double faults in that match when he went 5 sets. So I think that helps him feel better about himself when he's serving better and not having those double faults. And so he's getting a better rhythm throughout his game.
Fitzy, you were asking this question a little earlier. There's your answer.
That is a mighty big swing. Because after the first set, Medvedev was still a solid favourite. I think the positive Learner Tien can take from these drop shots from Medvedev is that he can realise that Medvedev thinks he's got to do something different to beat him. Lost a bit of confidence to play him with his normal game from the back of the court. Changing his game because he needs to. That's a bit of a bolt of confidence, I would have thought, for the younger player. But I guess his challenge now is he's maintained the 2 hours, Robbie. Has to keep it going, though, to win this. If he drops off 5%, it can turn very quickly. Some clever play. Did two things in a row that we didn't expect. I certainly didn't. He snuck in here, hadn't done this all match really, and then you think he's going to drill a volley deep, drops it short. Well, we're seeing a different style of play now, Nick. Anyway, though, he's trying to change up the attack, isn't he? Coming in a lot more, hitting drop volleys.
Yeah, you got to change the rhythm, right?
Yeah.
You know, Learner Tien's been on the baseline dictating, so you know Medvedev saying, okay, I'm going to do something that's a bit out of my character and see if that's going to affect you. You know, even if it doesn't work out, say some of the drop shots, you know, that Learner Tien is getting up for, maybe that'll, you know, take the legs out of Learner Tien a little bit. You know, have him come up and back as opposed to side to side. So you got to try something different and see what'll happen.
Catches the outside edge.
This one just licks the line. It's just been relentless. Relentless. He's up 2-1 in the third. Well, I've been so impressed from the ground stroking of Learner Tien, and he's coming here with a definitive plan, and he has given Medvedev a steady dart of forehands, hasn't he? It's really plugged away at that corner. It's the slightly weaker wing of Medvedev, and especially towards the tail end of that tie break, we saw that accentuated even further. That's where he's been getting most of his joy. He's happy to rally cross court with the backhand. He's been taking a lot of forehands down the line as well, but he keeps him just enough honest, doesn't he? With the 34% going down to the backhand wing. So it's a perfect spread.
Time.
Well, certainly no harm done so far for the youngster in this set. He's still got his nose in front. Not a lot of wiggle room now for Medvedev, even though he has a mountain of experience.
Guys, again, you know what's so impressive for me with Learner Tien is just every single ball has a purpose, right? And as a coach, when you're teaching players, no matter what level, you tell them, hey, if you're going to hit it high and heavy, have a purpose with it. If you're going to use a slice, look for the purpose with that shot. And for Learner Tien, it's just so amazing to see at 19 years old how cool, calm, and collected he is, and with purpose.
Yeah, that's a great description, Nick. Purpose, every ball that gets struck. And I think that's what I was alluding to, is that because every shot has purpose, he can walk away from the previous point so easily because he knows he's done everything he possibly can.
Thank you.
Like, guys, for instance, on that shot right there, you know, on the second serve, he went further back so that he could hit the ball deep, and then he moved up in the court on the second ball to hit it flatter, to then get the short ball and use a drop shot. So every ball he moved up in the court on those three balls.
I think the tactic as well of taking away the wide second serve for Medvedev has been just bang on tactically.
Points have all of a sudden become much shorter. No longer the extended rallies here. It's a lot to do with Medvedev's tactics, I think. Oh, good change up.
I'll tell you what, he's been more like Daniil McEnroe in the last couple of games. Coming in a lot.
Okay.
I think we talk about where players get confidence from, and we were discussing earlier how Learner Tien over the offseason was training with the California boys, Taylor Fritz, Mickelson, Marcos Giron. They all three won today. And I think that's given him some confidence here too.
Well, Nick, I'm not blaming you, but was that a little bit of a commentator's curse?
We'll see what happens here. So long ways to go.
Yeah. Never a good time, is there, for that?
Plenty of breaks of serve that have occurred. There's the target again. He's hit that shot so well to Medvedev's forehand. Spin control is perfect. The court is much shorter because you're so far up it.
I just get the feeling Medvedev's getting a little more erratic with his ground strokes. He's starting to miss earlier in the rally. In fact, they both have, to be fair. But certainly the points are shorter. How telling will this game be?
Tell you what, that forehand's got some horsepower. Another meaty blow. 3-2 third. Sheer frustration because this guy has just he's had all the answers.
Time.
Oh, DJ's bringing out some vintage Aussie tunes after the midnight hour. Can't beat a little bit of John Farnham. And just to accentuate how well Lerner has played in the opening 2 sets, I have never seen Medvedev change his game so dramatically like I have in the first 5 games of this set.
So do you think that is because he wants to change his game because he thinks he can't win the other way? Or do you think it's got something to do with the fact that he's just run out of a little bit of gas? The late flight to Australia, the emotion he's been through with his family, with a new young baby.
No,
What?
You're right. That would have to be a factor.
Because I know he quite often looks like this on a tennis court, but I just can't help thinking that there's got to be some tiredness there. And this young man has worn him down for nearly, 2 hours and 22 minutes. So he either thinks he can't win the way he normally plays, or he's a bit jaded, you would think. Can you believe this kid's 19?
That's Hogwarts stuff right there. Wizardry from the lefty. Tennis vernacular, we call that toying. Absolutely toyed with Medvedev there.
There's another sign, though, Robbie. Desperation. Thinking he can't win if he plays normal.
2 first serves.
Yeah, takes a risk.
Very good. Those tentacles of Medvedev coming in very handy. Medvedev covering almost 10% more than Tien.
Can't tell you how good that is. The change of direction is a very difficult thing to do. With that accuracy, within half a metre of that side line. This comes well across court and he changes direction and controls it. Whoa. That's a bit of spice from Daniil. He's trying to keep the points shorter, surely.
Medvedev fans will still harbour ambitions that he can get out of this jam that he's in. He's come back from two sets to love down on 4 occasions, and the last 2 were last year, right here, against Zverev and Rusevori. Comeback from behind against Zverev was in the semis. The other 2 were at Wimbledon. And, excuse me, another one here, yes. Of course, at the Australian Open in 2022 against Felix in the quarters. So it's been a happy hunting ground for him as far as coming from behind is concerned.
The nature of 5 sets and the peaks and valleys and the comebacks are because momentum changes in 5 sets, and it can change often. But if you're down 2 sets to love and you win 1 set, bingo! All of a sudden you can win a second one very quickly. It changes rapidly, so he's not out of it. You'd be a brave man to suggest so. He does look a tiny bit haggard here, I would think. But he's a master coming back. So much shorter, aren't they, than what we saw in the first 2 sets.
Mm-hmm. Believe it.
Well, I would have backed him there 9 out of 10 times he was going to make that. That's an easy shot for him in the end. It was just that there was tension. And he had Medvedev on the wrong side of the court. He would rarely miss that, I would think.
That's the kind of point that could affect a player's psyche.
Goodness me. Massive turnaround in a few points there.
Yeah, put an asterisk alongside both of those. Medvedev leads 4-3 with a break in the 3rd. Oh, we're just talking about the variety that Tien has. This is just a quick look at a second serve return hit point. You can see how early he takes it on the deuce side, cutting off the angle with his backhand. And that's what's been targeted most of the time by Medvedev. But on the left-hand side of your screen, what he's doing is he's running around that serve, and actually a lot of those contact points are forehands. He's employing a completely different tactic from the ad side. He wants to get the forehand on that return, and more often than not he has got it. He's hit the ball nice and deep and got himself back into play, but always giving Medvedev a different look. Variety has been a big part of his game this evening. Well, once again, stellar crowds for day 5, and we're not done yet. Made some good volleys in this set.
I got to say though, Robbie, that one was off the throat. He got lucky on that one.
Yeah, he's made some good volleys, but he's getting super close to the net on pretty much every volley. He'll make one, and then he'll just charge the net and hope it comes right to him. And as you said, Fitzy, that was right off the throat.
You and Fitzy sound like those guys who, when somebody hits a putt, and even if it goes in the side door, you go, ooh, so lucky. But they will always remind you that they're picking it out of the hole, Nick. Doesn't matter how it gets there.
Hey, you know, that's what you tell people. That's why you pay for the whole racket. These guys are getting them for free, but that's why you pay for the whole thing.
Exactly.
Why does my putt always tend to stay on the rim? Again.
If you weren't with us, we had that early stages of the second set tie break. Crucial foot fault. Notice that was the 6th point where it happened. Ended up being a tipping point in the second set tie break. Destroy that ball. He wants to hit it out the stadium. That was directed.
Yeah. We've got the ref, one of the supervisors, sitting on the side there, and he's been taunting him for quite a while, and I think John Blom got the nod to give him a point penalty. And that hurts him a bit. 30 love now is a quick breakaway, isn't it?
Oh, it's such a bonus at 4-all to get the first point on serve, right?
He was just pushing and pushing and pushing, to see how far he could go, and then just totally accepted the point penalty when it happened. Well, what a quick turnaround this is. It could be the penultimate game.
There's Jake Garner. And he gave the fake, hit the ball in his direction. That's what cost him.
You'll get another one here in a minute if he's not careful, Daniil.
Down the line shots have been superb. And he's got Medvedev on the ropes now at 5-4 in the third. It's been a change of ends where Daniil has just been staring into oblivion. So much going on, I guess, behind those eyes. Trying to find solutions to try and unpick the Learner Tien game. And so far, those solutions have been very hard to come by.
Thank you. Ready for play, please. Thank you.
He's serving to stay in this contest.
Let's.
This is pretty impressive feel. Plenty of purchase on that one. Nice little 60-degree wedge coming into play there. An authoritative hold.
15 love.
Everything's dialed in, including his vision.
Yeah, what I love seeing from Learner Tien is he's still just taking his 25 seconds in between points, not rushing. Obviously, such a big moment right now. Anyone could have a tendency to want to try to get it done, but he's taking his time. And Robbie, we had mentioned how that might be a good play coming into the backhand of Learner Tien because it's so flat, but he takes it so early and he can put a lot of pace behind it as well. That's what makes it a good pass.
Just what the doctor ordered. Learner, the speedy hold. 6-5 it is, third set, 2 sets to love.
It's time to put your hands together and get ready to game, set, clap. Let's go. Oh, this is too easy. Let's go faster. We need more energy than this. Faster again. Now go out now. Keep going. Go. Nice one. Give yourselves a round of applause. That was priceless.
Time.
Of course, this would be the biggest win of Learner Tien's career. Sure to get the better of Daniil. With big wins come other big milestones. He would break the top 100 on the live rankings if he were to progress. He'd clock in at around number 97 in the world. Be through to the third round at a major for the first time, but still some work to be done.
Robbie, an absolute laser down the line. And Learner Tien, throughout this match, he's been trying to get the crowd engaged. He's really embracing this moment. And I think that's really relaxing him as well.
He's been so accurate to that quadrant of the court. He's honed in on Medvedev's forehand so well. So much so that Daniil is trying to hit it backhand even from that forehand corner. Much prefer to hit it versus the forehand.
Robbie, one thing I noticed is Daniil Medvedev, these last 2 service games, has been taking more time in between points. Obviously knows how important these moments are. So he's taking his time, a few more deeper breaths.
Two impressive service games and serving to stay in the match. I remember 3-all in that second set tiebreaker. Medvedev got caught for a foot fault, and that proved the tipping point in the tiebreak. And it ended up being back-to-back serve, so it was a double fault in essence. And you're always hoping that it's a moment of magic rather than a moment of madness like that that determines the outcome of such an important piece of the match. And Nick, I was thinking about it in the second set tiebreak. For me, the two shots that are going to determine the outcome of it are the backhand of Tien and the forehand of Medvedev. How well do they manage those two shots in this moment? He's made it.
Yeah, Learner Tien almost can't believe it because he got up to that drop shot so fast because, again, he's been up on that baseline. He had plenty of options, and Medvedev, once again, has just been reading where he's going off of those drop shot approaches.
It's a huge gamble, but it paid off. That lefty serve of Tien is almost getting Manarino-esque. It's got some serious slide on it. Show-stopping from the American.
Robbie, amazing watching Learner Tien just move side to side for those shots. There was no tension in his face throughout the course of every ball that he hit. He was so relaxed, almost had a smile on his face, just enjoying this moment and moving and playing such a top player. Incredibly impressive.
don't know about you, Nick, but I always used to find that 3-2 point in a tie break such a psychological one, because in my mind, if you won it and you were up 4-2, you had twice as many points as your opponent, versus changing ends at 3-all when suddenly it's even.
Yeah, absolutely, Robbie. And, you know, again, there now it's 2-4, and Medvedev forgot what the score was. You know, I think he's just so out of rhythm, Medvedev, that he literally forgot that they needed to change sides there. But Learner Tien is absolutely locked in.
He has been so good in the big moments. You know, Daniil is pretty good under pressure, but in the points that determine the outcome of games and matches, this guy has been way ahead. I guess it's reflective in the scoreline, right? Oh, he almost got out of the jam there.
I mean, the tentacles from Medvedev, unreal defense to keep that point alive. Asking the question one more time to Learner Tien, and he got the error.
The forehand to that specific area of the court has been so effective. Just let him down, and back-to-back points here in the tie break. Not this time. Not this time.
Yeah, there's the backhand pass we were talking about, that it might be flat, but it had so much pace on it, and he knew Medvedev was going to be that close to the net, so that's why he ran forward and was ready for the drop volley.
6-5 for Medvedev.
Now, when he was playing his best tennis, that serve was devastating. Got him out of trouble so often. And it's brought up a set point for Daniil. Athletic, artistic, and authoritative.
6-all.
I mean, the entire geometry of the court was used in this point. Short slices, deep approach shot. I mean, Daniil Medvedev had a short slice in the court where he was literally in the middle of the court and backpedaled back to the baseline. I mean, these two guys are trying to take each other's legs from each other, but Learner Tien is trying to use this crowd right now.
And he missed two by an inch, maybe even less, just a couple of points to go, but just backs himself to make the adjustments. There's no fear, absolute trust.
Thank you.
I can tell you that Daniil has fought with every fiber of his redoubtable being to stem the flow of youthful aggression and artistry from this guy. But it might not be enough. Match point, Tien. Oh, just like that. It's snuffed out. Lucky number 13 for Medvedev as far as aces are concerned.
Medvedev.
Second set point. You gotta love it.
Pressure, what pressure, says Learner Tien. He's trying to say, I'm the biggest warrior out here. 8-all in the breaker. Big time stuff.
A moment of magic, perhaps, for Medvedev. Oh. It's just incredible, isn't it? This is what you want to see. Both guys playing well at the same time. Plenty of drama. So much on the line. Set point number 3. Medvedev digs deep.
7-6.
And the battle continues. He wins the third in a tie-break and saves a match point along the way. Of tennis means we're into a fourth set.
15.
Robbie, just one thing. I think it's actually a blessing in disguise for Learner Tien that he doesn't have to serve first in this set after losing such a tough tiebreaker in the third, just to kind of get his feet back under him in a return game. And if he loses this, that's okay. And then he would serve the next game. And just another thing worth noting with Medvedev, he's just really been taking so much more time in between serves now over the last 3 service games that he's had, and that's led to more first serves going in play.
Medvedev. New balls, please. First game for sets.
Brains trust in the Medvedev camp. So did Ben Shelton. Francis Tiafoe went down. He went down in 5. Incidentally to Fabian Marozsan. Was Alex Mikkelsen, somebody that Learner Tien trains with quite a bit, had a straight sets win. And Marcus Garone is also part of that training squad in LA that Nick was alluding to, had a great win over Thomas Echeverry in 5. Oh yes, please. Once again, he has guessed correct.
So Robbie, I've just got back from down on the court. I was going to do the interview, I thought, at match point. But it looked to me from down there, it's a different perspective. And that's what Nick's got down there. But it just seemed like Medvedev couldn't miss all of a sudden.
I think you're right. And, you know, again, when I was talking about his service games, how he was taking more time in between points, he was kind of taking deeper breaths. And I think that's been helping the overall course of his game, just being able to make a few more balls and more relaxed.
Well, he sort of reverted back, didn't he, to his normal way of playing, just refusing to miss instead of the shorter points that we saw earlier in the third. And this is how a match can swing. There'll be a few negative thoughts there in that young man's head right now, you would think.
I mean, you don't want to go match point down, but it might actually be a blessing in disguise for Medvedev. And I say that because we all know that when you've had a match point and then you haven't been able to convert, you're still playing, it's very difficult to put it out the back of your mind.
Mm-hmm. And there's repercussions, isn't there? You're still thinking about it early in the 4th set, and quickly you can be behind in that one too. And then you might just drop off a fraction. It's a roller coaster ride.
Raise your bats, son. 50 unforced errors.
13, 15.
And I think for your Learner Tien, this is where you got to think back to all the preseason work that you did in LA with those top guys, with Fritz and Mickelson and Garone, and all those hard yards you put in and trying to make them pay off now.
That particular shot has just gone off the boil.
Yeah, he's missing it a bit, isn't he?
Falling down the line for Learner.
Less seconds.
Well, suddenly, Tien is hemorrhaging unforced errors. And it's 3-love already. Almost looked like his foot touched the court, the net there.
Time.
Well, DJ's definitely been on top of his game. We've had a bit of great local artists. These guys might be definitely top 10 in the rankings for me. Do you know who this is?
Tell me.
What are we? There's another name for it. Tennis commentators. Sports commentators. Talking heads.
Well, the other day you were talking about Crowded House and Neil Finn. Talking heads. Come on. Tell me the lead singer. I think I'm right.
You're always right, Fitzy.
Brother of. Tim Finn.
You're joking.
Come on. Look it up. I might be wrong, but I don't think so. Gee, that whole sort of atmosphere's changed here, hasn't it?
Just doesn't see this one coming.
Well done. 30.
It's as good as it gets.
30, 40.
No, I'm wrong. Split ends. I apologise, Tim Finn. I apologise. It's late at night.
Break points again.
Let's.
The set is getting away from Tien very quickly.
Yes.
One of Lerner's greatest assets is his shot tolerance. It's gone out the window in this fourth set. It's uncanny how often Medvedev guesses the right way when Tien's got an easy shot.
Advantage, Tien.
It's worth reminding everybody that both of these guys played 5-setters in their previous round. Medvedev was on court for 3 hours and 8 minutes. Tien was 3 hours and 56 minutes.
And his standard has now dropped, hasn't it? He's spraying more balls now, the young fella.
Mm-hmm.
So he's lost his intensity. I'm not sure whether that's physical or whether mentally he was down 3-love. I've got a feeling it might be a little bit of physicality.
Yeah, perhaps needing a bit of direction from Coach Diaz.
This set is certainly going to be quick by the looks of it. So he's not balanced now, is he?
It's not anything at the moment, Fitzy. I think probably most of all he's not interested. What if he's thinking about that match point he had? Medvedev was serving 6-7 in that third set breaker. Dropped the hammer. Wow. This has been swift, very quick. 5-zip.
Sometimes we just need to see the possible and what we thought impossible. To remind us to be bold, to climb higher. Doesn't matter what the next one is. So what's your next move? Here, movement inspires.
Oh, it's a different mood in the camp now. There's a couple of smiles going around there. I reckon it's at least 3 out of 4.
Yeah, they were grimaces about half an hour ago.
Tell you, they look like Grim Reapers.
Time.
Nick, do you have any feeling about the physicality of Learner at the moment?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get a read on, because it doesn't look like he's cramping quite yet. And, you know, he was speaking with his coach, Eric Diaz, and we're seeing just how fast these points are going, right? And we know that he normally uses his legs and can extend points, but I think he's just going to try to get out of this game as fast as he can, and then let's see where he's at from there. Well, one thing's for sure on the serve, he's definitely not getting any leg drive up into it anymore, and that's, you know, maybe a sign of a little bit of a cramp, but definitely tired and no leg drive here.
Yeah, he's going to have to set himself early in the 5th, isn't he? And just see if he can produce a couple of good games early.
13-15.
I was down on the court, Rob. I didn't see how close that ace was on match point. Was it on the line?
Yeah,
Outside of the line?
Yeah, they didn't give us, you know, a zoom in on it, but it was pretty close to the line. I want to say on the line.
Yeah. It's a game of inches. Well, it's actually a game of millimeters, really.
Mm-hmm. I tell you, his average first serve speed is down almost 15 kilometers an hour.
And this would enable Medvedev to serve first in the 5th if he breaks here.
Madison Keys.
Okay.
Medvedev is 5 against 4.
Just waiting for the balls to come down. Okay, a chance to take us into the 5th.
15 love.
Well, either he's completely saving himself now for the fifth, or he is really struggling.
I'm just keeping a close eye on him. Had a camera shot.
Third love.
That might be one of the few times that Daniil has actually hit a second serve there. Normally goes with a slider. Tien has negated it the whole match pretty much until now. Well, the bounce back ability from Medvedev has been admirable. Chance to take us into a fifth.
Game. Full set.
And for the fifth time in a row at the Australian Open, Medvedev will contest a five-setter. He wins the fourth.
Out. 15 love.
This is where you start to go to a dark place in your mind where you've got to learn to suffer and you've got to learn to enjoy the suffering.
Well, to me, I feel like he's got to win this first game. The trend will be, or the die might be cast.
I'm always worried when a player almost doesn't care about a set of tennis like that fourth set. He's just lost the range on the forehand. It could have been an opportunity to try and claw something back there.
But I'm willing to forgive him for that because he's such a young player. He hasn't been here much in his life.
You're right.
You know, and he probably is hurting here physically. Certainly not serving as fast consistently at it. But it can be a dangerous thing to do. You're right, Robbie. I've always believed that. That really sets a tone for the fifth set, and sometimes you can't get the momentum back.
Yep. He really does need to steady the ship here, get his nose out in front. He'll feel a whole lot better about himself.
going to see Medvedev try to spread the court there. That forehand going outside the singles line. He's going to try to move Tien.
Gave that one a wallop.
No doubt he's missing more. Even if you put the fourth set out of your mind, he wasn't missing in the first 3 sets like this.
You guys, from this angle, I could just see the extra shape that Medvedev was trying to put on the forehand. Tried to go into lockdown mode to try to get Learner Tien, see if he would make a mistake. But Learner Tien dug deep there. As you said, Robbie, went into a dark place and said, I don't care if every muscle in my body hurts. I'm going to find a way right now.
How can the previous rally count the same as that?
Don't ask difficult questions at this time of night, Rob.
I mean,
come on, Robbie, it's too late to ask that question.
It's not right.
Gutsy.
Guys, from down here, that ball blew up like a watermelon. It was so big that it was so hard for these guys to find pace. And after that point, Medvedev just stared over at Learner Tien as if to say, okay, I think you maybe still have some legs. He was testing him out there.
I think that body language was telling us, though, that he was hurting there. Oh, gutsy game from the youngster. Has he got 5 more of those in him?
First game, final set.
Well, the patience is back. The accuracy is there. The shot tolerance is there.
I think Learner Tien's got to do exactly what he did there at the end when he won that game. He put his hand in the air and tried to get this crowd behind him. I think he needs a little bit of energy, something else that comes from outside himself at this point, to just grab that extra energy, because Medvedev doesn't look tired at all. Medvedev looks like he could do this all night long.
Plays a good game of poker though, does Daniil. There's been a couple of times I can remember. Rublev on one occasion, he was cramping after 3 sets of tennis, but he hit it so well. It actually might have even been here. I need to double check that. I remember him struggling to get off the bench to go and do the post-match interview. I think it was with Jim Courier. We had no idea until the match was over. I apologize. It was the blue courts of Miami against Alexei Poprin is the match I'm thinking of. Still not the longest match that Tien has played in his career. That would be the previous round that went 3 hours and 56 minutes.
I wonder if he worked as hard though.
Certainly looked like it. The sets were close, Fitzy. 4-6, 7-6, 6-3, 5-7, 6-4. There's a lot of tennis being played there.
Well, maybe it's a cumulative effect as well.
Yes.
Trying to recover. The wind predictor has been swinging violently. It had this guy, big underdog at the start of the match. Then it had him a big favourite, 2 sets to love up. Now he is not quite back where he started, but certainly the big underdog.
the depth
15
of the shots in that rally was just breathtaking how good it is.
But he still seems to possess the firepower when he gets to the ball. It's whether he's as balanced as he was earlier. He's spraying more balls, I think, because he's out of position, whereas he can still generate the racket head speed, can't he?
Oh, yeah.
Pretty important game for him there.
New ball, please.
Yeah, nice, comfortable hold. It's 2-1, fifth set.
2 games to 1.
While we take a break, let us inspire your next adventure. Fly wrestling comfort to London, Edinburgh, Athens, or Rome, Paris, or Dublin, and over 40 cities across Europe. And remember, it's not just the destination, it's also how you get there. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Time.
Well, day 5 of this year's Australian Open started at 11:30 a.m. and it has been going strong. It's almost 2 a.m. local time here in Melbourne, and those who have stuck around to watch this contest have been well rewarded, because the drama has built nicely. And I can't...
Sorry, Robbie, you could almost say that this is 2 days of entertainment right here.
Hey, talk about good value for money. We always like a bit of that. And Learner Tien had a match point in that third set tiebreak. This guy served his 13th ace at that very moment. Here we are.
Well, I just wonder who the new balls are going to help here.
Yeah, and how much it might tempt them to go for a little bit more and get a quick point, Fitzy.
Well, I think so. I think there'll be more quick points, one way or the other.
Love that.
What twist is left here? Oh, that must have caught the outside edge, throwing a big risky serve wide. Oh, clever. Went behind the California, and no doubt he's having more trouble moving and changing direction.
Yeah, and that's what we had talked about earlier on in the match, just maybe going behind such a fast player like Learner Tien. Smart there from Medvedev.
Showing some guts right now, though. Not moving as well, but he is going through the pain barrier. You would think those thighs would be burning, you would imagine.
An early break point.
Wow. I honestly didn't see that break of serve coming. Didn't see it. That changes the scenario.
Big time, because suddenly Tien can now see that checkered flag in the distance.
Well, guys, right now I'm texting with Rodney Marshall, the fitness trainer that he worked with for an entire month. So it was Alex Mickelson, Learner Tien for 1 month, and Carson competing against each other. Every Saturday they had beach workouts. This guy was digging in the sand for 4 Saturdays straight to be ready for moments like this.
I mean, how good are this guy's soft skills?
Such good hands. And one other thing that Rodney said, he said, you know, a lot of players take holidays off. These guys were training on Thanksgiving Day in the States. They wanted to be prepared for the heat and moments and his sets in Australia.
Temptation to get impatient and want a quick hold here is so great.
Finding a little bit of energy, though. This is where the big servers can get a few free ones. It's just a battle of will. and willpower.
Another break point for Daniil. We're back on serve in the 5th, and this now officially becomes the longest match that Learner Tien has ever played in his career.
All right, Melbourne, it's time to put your hands together and get ready to game, set, clap. Let's go. Oh, this is too easy. Let's go faster. We need more energy than this. Faster again. Now, louder. Keep going. Go. 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 Nice, Melbourne. Give yourselves a round of applause. That was priceless.
Definitely some chat going on in the camp, but I don't know how much is getting to Daniil.
Time.
Well, previous round, 3 hours and 56 minutes for Learner Tien against Camillo Ugo Carabelli of Argentina. I can tell you that's still way short of the longest match that Daniil Medvedev has ever played. And it was incidentally here, and it was in a final against Rafael Nadal. Remember when he was up 2 sets to love? Ended up losing that one. 5 hours, 24 minutes that one lasted.
Love to see.
Oh, wonderful forehand finish. Ahead 40-15 takes more of a risk. Level again.
All to play for now.
It's going to be hard for either of these two, you would imagine, to recover after this. What a marathon. It's what it takes to win a major. You have to win 7 matches. They're just in the second, Robbie. I meant 7 rounds. I think I said 7 majors. It's getting
No.
it's getting late at night, but 7 rounds you have to win here. And
We knew what you were talking about.
only in the second.
That's
This is brutal.
That's why they're so highly valued.
Well, guys, I don't know how deep Daniil Medvedev can go into his memory bank right now, but last year in his second round, he played Emil Rusevori. I was commentating that match and did the post-match interview at 4:30 in the morning. So we're only at 2 in the morning right now. So he's got 2.5 hours more to get to where he was last year, and he still made the final. So a lot of effort these guys are putting out here right now.
Too good. Excuse me, I'm going to correct myself real quick on Medvedev. It wasn't until 4:30, it was till 3:39 in the morning. 4 hours and 23 minutes in the second round last year. What's 40 minutes between friends? Well, what an angle. Short across.
40.
Almost can't put the ball away like they were earlier in the match. The power's gone from both of them. But they're still steady as a rock. Not missing. Created a little extra angle there. That was good enough.
A patient hold from Tien. And he's back out in front to lead 4-3. What both guys are stocking up on, but Daniil's having a problem getting that one open. He's trying to get something into him as soon as he possibly can. He spent the whole change of ends just trying to get the lid off. Well, we've had some long matches and we've had some late finishes here in Australia, but who could ever forget, and I think it was on this court as well, Andy Murray taking on Thanasi Kokkinakis. That was an absolute battle royale. Five minutes past 4 in the morning is when it finished.
Guys, after Learner Tien got that hold and he was walking to the bench, he kind of put his arms in the air to get the crowd involved, and Medvedev saw that and he kind of mocked him, did the same thing to the crowd. So there's a little mind game going on as well for Medvedev.
30
It's a shot that has caused Medvedev a lot of problems this evening, especially in the opening 2 sets. So often in the back quarter of that court. It's a well-struck forehand. It's not the fastest forehand on tour, that's for sure. It averages about 122 kilometers an hour. Top 10 forehand average is 126, so he's just below that. I'll tell you what is impressive is his depth on it.
4 games all.
Of course, if you've got the depth, that ball stays in the air a little longer. The moment it hits the court, that's when it slows up dramatically. So every inch or yard or meter that you can keep that ball in the air it's just worth so much. Gets to the other side of the court so quickly. Bang on, yet again.
I mean, this guy is an absolute genius with the ball. You're talking about depth on the ball as far as inches are concerned, but how about the inches of effort as well? Just to work as hard as you possibly can and try to outwork your opponent. Learner Tien finding the depth there on that shot. It's almost in a way at this point in the match, the game plan almost goes out the window. It becomes more about who wants it more at this moment.
I tell you, we've already had 11 matches that have gone over 4 hours at this year's Australian Open. This is the 12th. Seared the line. High quality match, high quality service game. After 4 hours and 13 minutes, it's 5-4 in the 5th. Takes another step closer to getting the W this evening. I can tell you that Learner Tien really has been a study in concentration. He let things go in the 4th set, it must be said. I think he was disappointed after having a match point in the 3rd set tie-break. Medvedev delivered an ace at 6-7 to snuff it out quickly. But he's regrouped nicely. I tell you that Tien was up a break early stages of this 5th set, but Daniil bounced back beautifully. That was to make it 3-2 back on serve, and no breaks since then. Tempted him.
Yeah, I'm starting to hear a few more screeches and footwork back here from Learner Tien. Just a few more small steps to get in position for these shots.
Yeah, good look at that.
(30-15). Balls.
Both players with a couple of cheap errors in this game.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed from Learner Tien is he's picked up the pace on his forehand. So the forehand's coming with more pace, then slice backhands. There's actually a few raindrops that are falling on top of me right now. See if that holds up.
No way! That is outrageous.
30.
An unreal volley. And you know what I like seeing from that one too? After the volley, the coach of Learner Tien, Eric Diaz, had a smile on his face as if to say, you know what? That's just too good.
It's magnificent. The court craft, the artistry.
5 games all.
Improved his position in the rally incrementally with each shot. And then finished with a flourish off his beloved backhand. He can do anything off that wing. How good were those last 2 points? 5-all.
Both guys just showing so much heart right now. They know how important every single point is at this point at 5-all in the 5th. Robbie, just going to throw it out there. It's starting to sprinkle down here on the court.
Come on.
Yeah,
Come on,
and
you're
it looks
joking.
like they might have to stop because it's starting to come down pretty quick.
No way. It's unbelievable. And the roof is quite far open, so they're going to need to hustle, right?
Yeah, it's going to have to happen quick because it's a pretty steady drizzle that's going on right now. And if that goes on for another 4 to 5 minutes, this court's going to take a little bit to dry up.
And I'm surprised they haven't made a calculated decision just to close it anyway, given that there's not a lot of time left.
Yeah, I'm looking at the roof right now. It's definitely staying open. They haven't started it. Oh, now it's moving. So just now started the moving to get it closed.
Yeah, this is unfortunate for Learner because it's his service game. And I always think, Nick, it's a little easier perhaps when you're returning in these moments, given there's such a premium, there's so much value on serving and holding serve, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And if I'm Learner Tien, you know, I'm probably even going to hit, you know, maybe a couple serves once it kind of gets close to being closed and, you know, you're going to start playing again. Just, you know, because they're having an extended break to sit down here. And it's good, you know, get a little hydration, get some food in the system if you can, but you don't want to get too cold sitting down.
Nick, I don't know how many of the other youngsters you have seen play this week, this Australian Open. The likes of Fonseca, Mensik, Faria did his match yesterday evening. We see Learner. What have you enjoyed and who's stood out for you this performance? How do you compare it to, say, a Fonseca against Rublev?
Yeah, I mean, look, Fonseca is just incredible, right? You know, I was looking at some of the statistics for him through his qualifying run here, and, you know, he had an average forehand speed of 82 miles per hour, which was third at the Australian Open through qualies. I mean, third through everyone in the Australian Open. I mean, the guy has a massive forehand, was on a 14-match win streak. You know, he's an impressive player, and as Carlos Alcaraz says, I mean, that guy's going to be in the top 10 very soon. And we see the ball kids out here wiping off the court, trying to help out the players. But yeah, Learner Tien, I mean, look, you know, he's been a winner, right? He's been a winner ever since he was a junior. You know, we talk about how in the boys 18 and under Kalamazoo national championships, and if you win that, you end up going to the U.S. Open, and he won that as a 16-year-old. He won it as a 17-year-old. Didn't even have to play it as an 18-year-old because he was winning challengers to already get enough points to get a wild card in the U.S. Open. So he knows how to win, right? And it's one of those things where, you know, maybe he doesn't have the biggest serve of the moment, and maybe might not ever have the biggest serve of the moment, but what he does have is a big heart, and he understands how to move the ball around the court. And you don't always have to have the biggest strokes if you have a big heart and you know the geometry of a tennis court.
Now his tennis intelligence, and we've seen it tonight firsthand, haven't we, Nick, against, you know, one of the great geniuses of our game when it comes to shot selection and outmaneuvering opponents.
Yeah, I mean, Daniil Medvedev is not used to somebody outfoxing him, right? And there for 2 sets, Learner Tien was outfoxing the fox. And then, you know, in the 4th set, obviously got up maybe a little tired, and now some of the adrenaline has kicked in for Learner Tien. But it just shows you how good he is and how good these players are. I mean, Learner Tien coming in 112 in the world, you know, and people not knowing his name, and I guarantee you they're going to know his name regardless, win or lose, of this match. And, you know, it just shows the depth of the game. It shows how hard these guys are working in the off season. And, you know, it's been on full display here tonight.
Yeah, and I mentioned Fonseca there particularly because they've had some good matches. They played in the finals of the Next Gen in Saudi. Fonseca came out on top. They played the finals of the junior event at the US Open. Fonseca came out on top, so he's trending perhaps just a little bit ahead of Learner. But I tell you what, Learner gets the win tonight, and It'll be fascinating to watch how their respective careers, you know, unfold, I guess, parallel to one another for the next 10, 15 years.
No, that's for sure. And I'll just give a quick shout out to Learner Tien right now. He just clapped for all the ball kids for coming out. You know, they came out and tried the court, and he started clapping his hands. Just such a nice guy he is. But, you know, I completely agree with you. You better believe you, Learner Tien, heard Carlos Alcaraz talk about how great of a career Fonseca's going to have. And Learner Tien's probably thinking to himself, hey, man, I'm one of those guys too. I can hang with that guy. I've played against him, and I know how to, you know, potentially beat that guy. And so he's got to believe within himself that he can do it. And he also, as we said, he trains with Alec Mickelson, and, you know, Mickelson's been playing so well, you know, inside the top 45. So he's, you know, he's got to believe it. Hey, I'm right there with the big boys, and that belief system has been on display here tonight, and now they're going to be back playing.
Well, this is when it really comes between the ears big time. The mental toughness, and I think especially so for Learner.
Yeah, I love how Learner's already stepped up to the line. Medvedev's just walking back, but Learner says, let's get this show on the road. I'm ready to go.
5 all in the 5th, 15 all. He's made it. By millimeters.
Yeah, we saw such great shape on the forehand from Medvedev on the cross court and down the line, but that one just flattening it out.
Got to be so careful if you go to Medvedev's backhand too many times in a row. So good at working the ball around the court with that shot. And a valuable break point now.
Let's
He's got the break. He's something special, this guy. How has he turned this one around? He'll surf for it.
time.
What an effort, what a monumental effort this has been. I'm a big fan of marathon running. I'm a big fan of the legendary Eliud Kipchoge. And I love that line of his. At the apex of the pain, that's where success is. Medvedev's right there, serving for the match.
It's just amazing how calm Medvedev stays right now in this moment, 4 hours and 32 minutes in. Just using a short angle cross court and a backhand cross court, just moving Learner Tien as much as he can. So patient.
Thank you very much.
The pace of Learner Tien's forehand has picked up over these last 2 or 3 games. So much on the line, and he's going for it even more.
Jaw-dropping stuff. Just make sure you got a soft place for your jaw to land when you watch this. Well, just
insane stuff, Robbie.
It just had to happen.
Incredible.
Look where Medvedev's standing now. Wow, he's gone with a wide one. In your life, have you ever seen a game like that, given the circumstances from a teenager?
6 games all, final set, tiebreak.
I mean, Learner Tien is going deep into his heart right now and remembering those beach workouts that he had throughout the preseason every Saturday for moments like this.
This is a 10-point tiebreak. Thank you.
So a 10-point match tiebreak to decide the outcome here. Red hot. 4 cold stone winners in the last 5 points.
And is there a fire emoji we can throw on the court right now? Both guys are on fire in fuego.
I can tell you this is the first 5th set tiebreak that we've had this year.
the first fifth set tiebreaker we've had at Australian Open, and it's 2:41 in the morning. Incredible.
Well, he's made some great forays forward. Did so in the early stages of that third set. Try to change things up. And he's come up with a crucial volley yet again.
Yeah, what he's done so well on the volley, he's been following his approach shots really well and getting close to the net. That's helped him make the volley.
It's just fearless. Has not held back all match. Just trusting his technique and decision making. Second serve.
I mean, how much curve did that serve have on it? It hit the forehand from the deuce side to Learner Tien. Incredible to go for that small space, because that's what Learner Tien's making him do, is go for that small target by standing where he was.
Of course, Medvedev so much experience in these kind of situations, playing big matches, long matches. He's played in major finals. He will have the belief that this is where it comes in for Learner. And in any honest accounting, training is the cake and belief is the icing. And sometimes that thin smear of frosting can make all the difference. Beware the backhand, beware the backhand.
4-3, Medvedev.
It's 106 rallies now that they've had 9+ shots.
And I just love that play from Learner Tien there. Wide serve, using his lefty wide serve to get Medvedev outside the court to really open it up. Medvedev knew he was going to have a long ways to run if he didn't hit that return well.
5-4, Medvedev.
Just occasionally he gets a little too much air on the backhand slice.
Yeah, that one just didn't, you know, it's late in the match, 4 hours and 42 minutes in, just didn't keep his feet moving, was stretching for that ball there. Got to give everything you have for these last few points.
Genius to have the presence of mind to choose that shot and hit it as well as this.
Robbie, I believe that's the first drop shot that we've seen off of that forehand wing. We've seen so much pace coming off the forehand and redirection. That's why Medvedev didn't even move for that one. Unbelievable disguise.
Just a brutal gladiator combat disguised as a tennis match. That's what this is. What did Jimmy Connors used to say? Boxing at 90 feet.
I mean, these two guys are going through all the pain in the world and saying, you know what, I'm not going to give in tonight. Not tonight. You know, we've seen these guys eating their gels, different energy drinks, whatever they can to survive right now at 2:51 in the morning Melbourne time, leaving the heart on the court.
Daniil Medvedev kept that return on the court.
So many of these Medvedev volleys we've seen go cross court throughout this match, and that's why Learner Tien just started running for it. Throughout 5 sets of tennis, he's seen that a few times.
with more magic.
8,
An
7,
absolute screamer.
10.
A mainline forehand.
That is a see ball, hit ball moment. It's in the strike zone. You go for the winner.
It's a second match point for Learner Tien. He had one in the third set tiebreak. He's got one on his serve now. Learner Tien has finally beaten down Daniil's door.
6-7,
An absolute epic here in Melbourne. The best win of his career. 4 hours and 48 minutes of scintillating tennis. Athleticism, artistry. It had it all. And he never stopped believing. That really is one for the rock.